this year is Tourism and Rural Development, under which we will celebrate the unique role of tourism building peace and fostering knowledge. The communities in rural areas struggle a lot with the impact of COVID-19, which is not only affecting the adults but also the young aspirants. Tourism is a lifeline, offering young people a chance to earn a living. For the first time in 40 years, it will not be hosted by a single member of United Nations, but it will be held by the nations of Mercosur bloc. It is our privilege to have three eminent speakers from across the world. Our first speaker for the day is Mr. Cleophas Jokai, who is a lecturer in Midland State University in Zimbabwe. The second speaker of the day is Dr. Jaideep Hiri. He is Associate Professor at MGVS PH College of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Panchavati, Nashik. And third and the last speaker of the day is Dr. Biptal Balakrishna Nair, Assistant Professor at Seoul International School Hospitality Management Department, Wusong, Korea. We have 200 plus participants from all over the India and states like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and obviously Maharashtra, and definitely our guest speakers from Zimbabwe and Korea. We would like to take you on a virtual tour of Amchi Mumbai, which is our Mumbai. I request Ms. Nihal Kasu to play the video.
Yes, Shachi.
भाई के झील पर लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा है जुनून सा जीने में जुनून सा जीने है जुनून सा सीने में How can I love you more? Oh, how can I love you more?
रुकना न राहों में रोके अगर कल तुझे परेशानियाँ संग तेरे मैं भी हूँ तन्हा नहीं है तेरी तन्हाइयाँ मैं समझो तेरे रंगों न हंस तेरी चुन्नों में खां हर लम्हा यूं गुजरे के कहलाता जाए क्या
हम चले बहारों में गुनगुनाती राहों में धड़कने भी कैसी है अब क्या करें ओ वक्त है तो जीने दे दर्द है तो सीने दे ख्वाहिशें अनजाने हैं अब क्या करें हम धड़कने ऐसे धड़के धड़कने क्यों न कोई आगे कभी सुना जो बढ़ के भड़कने दो
खुले है जो पल कहे ये नजर लगता है अब है जाके हम फिक्र जो थी पीछे रह गई निकले उनसे आगे हम हवा में बह रही है जिंदगी ये हमसे कह रही है जिंदगी हो तू
मेरा फलसफा कंधे पे मेरा बस्ता भूला मैं जहाँ ले चला मुझे रास्ता बूंदों पे नहीं गहरे समंदर पे इलाही मेरा जी आए आए इलाही मेरा जी आए आए सफरनामा सवालों का सफरनामा
शुरू तुमसे खत्म तुम पे सफरनामा
Thank you, Nihal and team, for making such a beautiful video and giving us a virtual tour of Mumbai. It was very nostalgic. We haven't stepped out of our home since more than 6 months, and we wish everything comes back to normal and we can move around safely. Our dearest principal, Professor Mala Pandurang, always a motivational and an inspiring person of our institute, and I would kindly request ma'am to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Sakshi, and extend a very warm welcome to all the invited speakers who we are really looking forward to, especially in view of the particular theme of the seminar, which is on promoting the idea of peace through fostering knowledge. This is a very important theme that has been put across for the World Tourism Day, because the only way we can get to know and understand each other is if we get to learn about each other's cultures, environments, and open up dialogues across countries and across continents. And therefore, I would like to congratulate the Department of Resource Management under the leadership of Dr. Vrishali Dattar for allowing our students and all the participants, I believe there were almost 200 participants from across India, the opportunity to listen to three very eminent resource people from different parts of the world. So it is going to truly be a global interaction. Dr. Cleopas Injereke from Zimbabwe, Dr. Bipita Nair from South Korea, and Dr. Jaydeep Shire, who is stationed at Nasik. Thank you for agreeing to be here with us. I know you're all here across different time zones, and I urge the students to make the most of this opportunity, which in a way the lockdown has given us, to connect with each other, although we are all practicing social distancing. My compliments to the students who have organized this seminar, which is the concluding highlight of a week long of activities to promote world tourism. And I hope that this is only going to be the starting point of what I am sure was a very enriching learning experience of how tourism is not just a commercial activity, but tourism helps you to engage with each other and will eventually help to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views and sparing your precious time. Today, we also have our enthusiastic Vice Principal, Ms. Anuradha Shekhar, who is also Head of Resource of Food Science and Nutrition Department. I request, ma'am, to please say a few words.
So thank you, Sachi Shirke, for that warm welcome. And I have to applaud the entire department for putting up such an excellent show, a week-long show, which we are enjoying in our college. And of course, tourism is very important, and especially for RM department, which has now today started a postgraduate course as well in this particular department, and we are looking forward for these deliberations, and I'm sure each student here is going to be enriched, and I would warmly welcome all the three speakers for today's venture on tourism, and also congratulate Rushali Madam, Roma, and all the students who have put up such an excellent show. My congratulations to everyone, though I can't take everybody's name, but I think all of you deserve an applause, and looking forward to these deliberations. And as Mala ma'am rightly said, that yes, we have to understand how important this particular aspect is, and probably right now it is not so very well going on, but I'm sure this particular area, because all of us love to tour around, all of us love to see the world around, and I'm sure this particular aspect in our life is very, very important, and sharing each person's ideas is very important on this day. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, Rushali. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us, and have a lovely deliberation. So again, warm welcome to Dr. BMN College. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for inspirational and enthusiastic words. We are glad to have you with us today. Now I request Ms. Komal Pandya to take over from here. Over to you, Komal.
Yeah, thank you, Shachi. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce our first panelist for the webinar, Dr. Cleopas Jerikai. Sir, I hope I've pronounced your name properly, and if not, please correct me. Sir has vast teaching experience and is a practitioner in tourism and hospitality management in Southern Africa. Sir is a lecturer. Currently, Sir is a lecturer at Midland State University of Zimbabwe. He has taught more than 30 tourism and hospitality management modules at different universities in Zimbabwe. Sir has been the Principal Administrative Officer for Ministry of Environment and Tourism in Zimbabwe, and also the Industrial License Officer for the Faculty of Commerce in University of Zimbabwe. Sir has written and published 2 books, 4 book chapters, and 9 journal articles, and has also made presentations at several national and international conferences, including the Africa Travel Association, ATA. Sir enjoys playing hockey, tennis, and chess, and is also a coach for these sports. We are glad to have you as a speaker for our webinar. Sir, I kindly request you to share your views and experience with us.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for inviting me and affording me this opportunity to be speaking to you and to be sharing my ideas and my on the details with the and fostering knowledge. I would like to heartfully thank Dr. Rushali for affording me this opportunity to speak to you on this special day of the Tourism Day. Now, in the limited time that I have, I can only say all protocol observed. I'm not yet familiar with most of the administrators there, but
Dr. Cleopas? Dr.
Yes.
Cleopas, could you please perhaps bring the mic a little closer to you? You'll have to be If you can just bring the mic a little closer. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yeah. There's a bit of echo now.
Dr. Cleopas, I think you have started on two these things. I think mobile and laptop, and so there is a little echo.
Okay, there's a little echo. So let me use the phone. Hello.
Yeah, that is much clear, but a little louder, sir.
Yes, hello,
Yeah.
hello
Yes,
everybody.
yes. Yeah, this is clear, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was saying that thank you very much for supporting me and inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speaking to you from Zimbabwe here at the Midland State University. And I would like to thank Dr. Prushali for affording me this opportunity to be speaking to you. With the limited time that I have, I think I can only say all protocol observed. And this year's theme is to do with tourism, building peace, and fostering knowledge. I will address both aspects of the theme quickly. Now, especially in relation to peace, I took peace as an abbreviation and then found out that on one of the Google surveys done, the word peace is taken as an abbreviation. The world wants it to mean positive energy always creates elevation. I repeat, energy always creates elevation. And what we mean by positive energy is that type of energy which is generated by our body and our mind and our souls that creates positive feelings in others. That way, those others will be attracted to us and we also get attracted to them. Whereas negative energy, in this case, always creates a resentment and conflict and does not lead. There are a number of words that are associated with this positive energy, including things like generosity, like kindness, like positive thinking, like just being satisfied. When you are like that, then you are peaceful. Now, in this case, you find that the tourism has got mammoth potential to towards building. And in this case, there are several ways in which tourism can do that, but I'm proposing just four for you to take on. Firstly, tourism must address the socio-economic fundamentals of this world as enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals. And every tourism activity must strive to address those which are most critical to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it is possible for one person to be happy when they are poor. Neither can I think of anybody who is happy and peaceful when they are hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it is possible for anybody to be happy when they are not healthy and in this case, I think we need to address issues to do with, let's say, poverty. We can, in this case, engage in community-based tourism so that everybody benefits. When it comes to hunger, we can go into agro-tourism. We lay emphasis on agro-tourism so that everybody does not hunger. When it comes to healthy minds and healthy bodies, we can pursue medical tourism. You see, that way, if we address the Millennium Goals, we will be able, therefore, to achieve this because we will have positive feelings in all of us. Now, that's one way. way. There are a number of countries which have been to war and which are warring right now. They are fighting. Tourism should therefore undertake reconciliatory activities, those which emphasize reconciliation. I've got a few examples. One, you can look at history and truth telling, whereby your visitors will be taken to those places, to the communities where the communities will live. Visitors can have access to the war and the fighting that has been going on. You can also embark on trans-frontier conservation or even triathlon activities, sporting activities across the previously warring nations. You see, such activities are reconciliatory and people come together and share. You can also have some local tours to the local community with your tour guide. And in this case, that mixing and mingling will generate. Now, once we do that, we will find that the world becomes a better place. Next, we can also establish and contribute towards peace building through the issue of inclusivity. We must include everybody. If we exclude others, then we will not create peace. We are looking here at especially the vulnerable groups, especially
Dr. Cleopas,
yes.
I'm so sorry to disturb you in between, but could you please keep the mic near? It is a little slow. We are not able to hear you clearly.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Is it
sir.
better now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we were saying that tourism should be inclusive. We should not be segregated and choosy. Our activities should also encompass and involve those ones who are less vulnerable, who are vulnerable in society, including the children, the youth, and the and women. You see, in this way, then we build more peace when we include even the disabled. So those are some of the ways in which tourism can be used to build peace. Now, as I have demonstrated now, it means that tourism has got mammoth potential for it to help in the building of peace in the world, as it is to do with the interaction of people. And in this case, if we encourage this interaction, we will definitely build this peace in this case. Now, going on to the second to do with the fostering knowledge. We have to first define what we mean by knowledge. And in this case, as far as I understand, knowledge refers to all those things that we hold to be true in any particular context. And these things that we hold to be true are the ones which drive us or which drive us to our action. Now, when we say we are fostering knowledge, it means in this case that we are contributing towards its growth and development. So in this case, we also could be interested in knowing where this knowledge comes from so that we may foster it well. And I would like to say that this knowledge comes from our experiences, and it comes from research, and it also comes from our own interpretation of what we experience and see. Now, the next thing is also for us to be able to know what are the basic types of knowledge that tourism must then foster. And in this case, it would be interesting to let you know that there are basically two types of knowledge. We have got explicit knowledge and we've got tacit knowledge. Now, explicit knowledge is that knowledge say our first proposition is Dr. Brushali is the head of department of the resource management department at the BMA, Dr. BMN College. In the proposition, the second proposition says Dr. Brushali is a lady. Then obviously the conclusion will give us and will definitely reason from there that Dr. Brushali is the head of the department. You see, we use this proposition to logically think about things and come up with conclusions. But this kind of knowledge is less important than the one which I call tacit knowledge. Now, tacit knowledge is knowledge that comes from our experience. It is highly contextualized and personalized. This is the type of knowledge that is the most valuable to us. Therefore, this is the knowledge that the industry should foster to our students. In this case, we all know that experience is the best teacher. Therefore, if we let our students learn by experience, they will then benefit more than us just giving them explicit knowledge, which encourages a poor kind of knowledge learning, which is called rote learning. Now, how can tourism foster this? I have 5 things which I think you could sit down and think about and try to pursue. 1, we must foster this tacit knowledge through what is called experiential learning. And I'm trying to say that tourism must take an apprentice type of approach to tourism education. In this case, we mean that students should be attached at the various tourism organizations right from first year up to the final year. When they finish, they will be working in a particular tourism environment. This means that all colleges, all institutions which are training tourism should own or even run or even get into partnership or even rent all types of business, tourism business, and attach their students there so that they learn through experience. I'm proposing is for all colleges to embark on what I call problem-based learning. Problem-based learning. This is a type of learning whereby the students are posed with problems and then they go out to discover things and make breakthroughs and make discoveries as they try to solve the problem. We should not be regurgitating notes to our to pose them with a real problem so that they can investigate and discover things on their own. The third way which I'm suggesting is maybe possibly increase the frequency at which we undertake educational trips with our students. In this case, if we increase the frequency at which we undertake these trips, our students will then experience the tourism product, and they will also pay and contribute towards the growth of the industry. Possibly, we could also increase the number of hours for our students. How do we do this? We could do this through ensuring students go on holiday. They are attached during their vacation. They are attached at a particular tourism organization right from first year. This means that there will be time for coming to college, and during your vacation, you are not at home, you are not playing around, you are attached to a particular tourism organization where you can get benefit and value. So in this case, you will see that all these things that we have talked about can really foster the kind of knowledge, the tacit knowledge that I said can contribute to breakthroughs, it can contribute to discoveries, and it can contribute to innovation. So by way of ending this short speech, I hope you have had some takeaways. I want to recall our definition of knowledge. And we say knowledge are the things that we come to hold to be true. And these are the things that drive our action. And therefore, to me, ladies and gentlemen, this means that knowledge without action is useless. And also, action without knowledge is actually dangerous. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, yes. Hello.
Komal, we cannot hear you.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Cleopas, sir, for sharing your views with us and also your thoughts. We thank you. We shall come to the question answer sessions after all the speakers have discussed. Now I request Ms. Rutuja Gaurav to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, hope we all are safe. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce our second guest speaker, Dr. Jaideep Yadoral Hire sir. Dr. Jaideep Hire sir has 27 years of experience and currently sir is working as an associate professor of MGV SPH College of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Panchavati, Nashik. Sir holds a master degree in tourism management in New Delhi. Apart from this, Sir has qualified NET exam in tourism administration and management in New Delhi. In 2017, Sir has completed his PhD in management in Pune. Apart from this, Dr. Jaideep Sir has attended several national and international conferences and published and presented a research paper at state level, national level, and international level. Dr. Jaideep Sir has won a best paper presentation on the topic of to study sustainability of hotel management students after completion industrial training. Sir also received an award as a best associate by Society Hospitality Education Pune. Dr. Jaideep Sir has attended 50 plus webinars and faculty development program online during COVID-19. Also, Sir has organized 5 webinars during the lockdown period. Dr. Jaideep Sir was invited as a resource person for a national seminar in our college, that is Dr. BMN College of Home Science, Matunga. Sir, you were a part of our college in past and now we are glad to invite you again. Sir, it's been honored to introduce you. I apologize if I missed any important achievements. On behalf of Dr. BMN College of Home Science, we again warmly welcome you. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invite. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Cleopas, sir, can I just request you to mute your mic, please?
Thank you. Let me.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Hire, sir, over
Yes,
to you.
Thank you. I would first of all like to thank Ms. Rituja for the lovely introduction that she has given about me. And Rituja, don't worry, nothing is wrong. Everything was perfect. Don't worry about it. So today is the World Tourism Day, a very important day for everyone all around the world. Before that, I would like to congratulate the BMN College of Home Science, Matunga, and the entire team for organizing the international webinar on the World Tourism Day with a beautiful topic of offering knowledge and spreading the peace through tourism. Today is a very important day, as I've told you, about the World Tourism Day. And second, is that the important day is that I believe it is Daughter's Day in India, because we celebrate Daughter's Day in the last Sunday of September month. World Tourism Day is very important as it is the fastest growing industry and the largest industry in the world. And as we all know, the entire world is suffering from the pandemic, and India and other nations are also suffering from the pandemic. We pledge that whenever this is over, we all will together come once again to make this industry, tourism industry and hospitality industry, as one of the fastest and the largest growing industry in the world. I would also like to welcome the two eminent speakers from part of the world, that is Dr. Vital from the SIHOM University and Mr. Cleopa, hope I have pronounced properly, who is from Midlands State University of Zimbabwe. Sir, listening to you was a great honor. You have covered the aspect of peace and knowledge very well, and you have made my job very simpler. So instead of, so thank you very much for that, what you say, the gesture and your knowledge, what you have shared to the students. And also I have learned few points from your speech, what you have given. So starting, ma'am, can I share the slideshow over here?
Yes, sir, please.
Just a minute, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
So it is, no, it is not. Yes, sir, now it, oh, okay, you stopped it.
Just a minute, I will get.
Yeah.
Now it is okay?
No, sir, we cannot see your presentation. Yes, sir, now it is seen.
Okay. Before I start, I would like to thank the principal ma'am, Dr. Mala Pandurang, and special thanks to Dr. Rushani Datar for inviting me as one of the panelist member for this international webinar. I would like to congratulate Dr. BM College of Home Science for organizing this beautiful international webinar, and I was listening it that it is a week-long program what you have organizing this theme and enriching the knowledge of the students. So the World Tourism Day today is 27th and we are celebrating it. So the topic is very good: tourism, building peace and fostering knowledge, which is organized by your eminent and esteemed college. Rutuja had also told that I was there. Yes, I was there, I think 5 years back as a panelist again for one of the national conference. Thank you, Rutuja, for making me remember that. Okay, before now I start with the topic. As Cleopa sir has covered the experience part and knowledge part, I will not be stressing much on that. So in India, the basic theme for tourism or welcoming the guest is Atithi Devo Bhava. The Atithi Deva Bhava is like welcoming the guest as God, or treat guest as God, or guest is a God, whatever way you want to describe him. So the best part of peace process through tourism is the tagline what we have is Atithi Deva Bhava. Devo is God, which is equivalent to peace. So it is the best part what we have. Now, in India, in the ancient times, the description of tourism in Indian previous ancient time was like Paryatan, second was Tirthatan, and third was Deshatan. Now, Paryatan, Tirthatan, and Deshatan, if you divide this word, three words from between, you have Parya Atan, Tirth Atan, and Desh Atan. Now, what is Atan? Atan is like moving around. So, Paryatan is tourism where we move around everywhere. Tirth Atan is the religious tourism, what we call, where we have various places of religion. And Deshatan is like moving through the country, domestic tourism, what we say. Paryatan is like everyone knows what Paryatan is. We move from one place to another, maybe for an hour, maybe for 2 hours, maybe for a day, maybe for a week, whatever it is. Now, that is what we need. The R is that we need to move around again, but not at this point, whenever the pandemic is over. We have to move. We have to develop peace. We have to develop knowledge. We have to gather knowledge. We have to distribute knowledge. So basically, I wanted to show this, that Indian culture is divided into three parts: Paryatan, Tirthatan, and Deshatan. Now there are various aspects of tourism which have developed. We have wild tourism, we have adventure tourism, we have religious tourism, we have medical tourism. There are various aspects of tourism which have popped up, or which are the choice of the tourist. This is one of the which is coming, or which is growing fast nowadays, the peace tourism. Now, what is peace tourism? The peace tourism is nothing but it intends to use the root cause of violence. Now, what is violence? Violence is caused because of various aspects, or various reasons are there, which we will discuss later in the slides, or there's no need to discuss about that. But it intends to reduce the root cause of the violence. That is why peace tourism is growing, and it is fostering, like it is growing, and people are moving around, and other countries are also trying to improve the tourism or develop the tourism. Second is, it is not going to replace any other kind of tourism. Like what I have told you, that there are various aspects of tourism, like wild tourism and various types of tourism, what I have discussed. So it is not going to replace any of the tourism. It is a part of that particular tourism. Maybe it is a agri-tourism, maybe it is a rural tourism, maybe it is a adventure tourism. What sort of tourism? It is not replacing it. It is an inner part of that tourism. And thirdly, as I said, it is a part. It acts as a facilitator to develop the peace through tourism. So this is basically a peace, and it is playing an important role nowadays in the country also and in the world also. Now, why I'm touching the basic points, I'm not going very deep because we have very limited time. So why people opt for tourism? Why people go for tourism? Why people move out of their house and move from one place to another place? So the first is getting oneself out of daily hectic schedule. The hectic schedule what we have now, since March, we are sitting at home. We are not that much tired, or we are not getting ourselves busy. But before March, or after, when this pandemic ends, we will again start a daily routine, and the schedule everyone knows: get up in the morning, 9 to 5, work, 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 complete the task, complete the goal, achieve the goal. Stress, strain are the basic part of our life, which is begin now, which we have now, which we have made as a part of our life: stress and strain. So getting oneself out of the daily hectic schedule, why people opt for tourism. Giving time to yourself and family, because due to the hectic schedule, due to the stress, due to the workload, due to heavy workload, you are not able to give sufficient time to your family. So people opt for tourism. They move out of the house, rejuvenating yourself or recharging yourself. Recharging yourself is when you move out. My best thing is that whenever you move out, get yourself disconnected with the world. Switch off your mobile, switch off your internet, switch off your laptops, and give yourself time to recharge yourself. Unless and until, see, it's a basic example. If you use continuous keep using your mobile, your laptop, the battery gets discharged. You have to recharge it. Why you have to recharge it? Because you have to use it again. Same funda is applied, or same principle is applied to yourself also. You have to apply it yourself. You have to recharge yourself. Unless and until you don't recharge yourself, you will not be able to function further. Next is getting refreshed. As I've told, you have to recharge yourself. You have to get yourself refreshed. You have to have a new energy. You have to have a power-packed energy. And last but not the least, what I was speaking about is mental peace. Earlier, I had told about the peace tourism. Now, mental peace. Why this mental peace? And I have told you that you have to get yourself disconnected from the working world. Your mobiles, your laptops, everything, your work, get yourself totally recharged. So mental peace is very important, and that is going to help everyone to generate peace and to generate knowledge. How do we get peace, or how do we mental peace? I have told. Now this peace tourism, or what I would say is fostering knowledge or gathering knowledge through tourism, how it is working today. So the today's scholars or professionals or country leaders, they are looking at tourism as one of the ways for spreading peace and knowledge. I had in my earlier slides, I have told you that this peace tourism is acting as a medicine for peace and knowledge. How is this possible? How can this work out? The world has become a smaller place. As of now, we are having a webinar, international webinar. We have a panelist, eminent speaker from Zimbabwe. We have one speaker from Korea. I am sitting in India at one place in Nasik. BMN College, Rushali Madam, Pandurang Madam, and those who have joined this webinar, they are sitting at some other places all over the India. So we have been connected together through this media, and we are together. So simple statement that world has become a small place. Same way, if we travel around, we have aircrafts, we have cruise ships, we have trains, we have four-wheelers. We can move from one part of the world to next part of the world, from one corner to another corner in very, very limited time, in a short time. So as I was speaking, people are moving from one place to another, from one state to another state, from one country to another country. So this is how the country leaders, the professionals, the scholars are looking at it. They are trying to spread peace through this channel. The channel is the tourist, we all, we who move around. So what happens when we move around? There's a reason for that. What is achieved from moving? Knowledge. We get knowledge of the diversified culture. Cleopat sir has already defined the various aspects of knowledge. One of the sentence what he was very, very important, that knowledge comes from experience. Very, very well said, and very, very a true statement. So knowledge of diversified culture. We have n number of cultures. If we talk about India itself, we have at every 10 kilometers or every 25 kilometers or every city, we have different culture. We have different staple diet. We have different languages. We have different traditional attire. The community knowledge is vast. So moving around helps you to collect the diversified knowledge. This I'm talking about India. If we move from one country to another country, we may learn different cultures, different language, different staple diet, different traditional attire, different ethical values. We meet different people, make friends. Developing is understanding level of that particular area or place. And last but not the least is the economy. The economy will grow if people move around. Now, why economy I have made it into red and a bold is because of this part. Because economy is equal to peace and it is equal to knowledge. Why economy is important? Because if the people are moving around, that means the destinations which are solely dependent on tourism, I'm talking about Indian part, say Matheran, Mahabaleshwar, even states like Goa, Himachal Pradesh, their economy is totally dependent on tourism. If we don't move, now take the present situation, take the present scenario, people are not moving out. This tourist destination like Matheran, Mahabaleshwar, Goa, Himachal Pradesh, very few people are moving. So what has happened? The economy at that place, the totally what they were dependent upon is totally crashed. If this has to be revived, people have to move to these places, and again the economy will be strong. Once the economy is strong, automatically peace will be there. Why peace will be there? Because people will not be thinking of any other thing. Their mind will be totally busy with their economy, with their businesses, with their area. So peace will be there, and if peace is there, automatically the knowledge will be shared. If you don't have peace, there is no chance of developing a knowledge or gathering knowledge or distributing knowledge. More tourist means employment will be there, development of business will be there, development of infrastructures will be there. So that is what I was talking about, that economy should be strong of that particular place, which will help to develop peace at that particular place or the destination. And when there is a peace at the particular destination, knowledge will grow. People will gather knowledge, people will spread knowledge, and it is going to be the formula what I have shown above. Economy is equal to peace is equal to knowledge. As our honorable Prime Minister in his speech has said, local is vocal. Why local is vocal? Because when this pandemic will be over, my request to all the participants, the students, faculty members, that move to the tourist destination, first move in our country, because we need to develop the tourist destinations to develop the economy. To develop the tourist destinations, we need to improve on various facilities like proper transportation, safety and security of tourists, violence-free destinations, clean and hygienic infrastructure for all class of tourists. Because why this is, I'm insisting on this point is, India is a destination which has almost all aspects of tourism. We have wild tourism, we have adventure tourism, we have agri-tourism, we have religious tourism, we have right from north to south, like skiing. To the south, we have various hill stations. So India is abundant in all this, in these facilities. But even speaking about the number of tourists visiting India, or we people, we are not in top 10. Last week I just went through one of the list of top 10 visited countries. We are nowhere. Small countries like Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, these are in top 10. US is okay, number 1. But India having a lot of potential to call for tourists, we are not able to do this because we don't have proper transportation. Safety and security is concerned. We need violence-free destinations. Now, all these things, if we have at proper place, 101% there will be a peace. And if there is a peace, knowledge is going to be there. So I urge all the country people to move in our own country destinations so that the worst hit tourism and hospitality sector will once again bounce back for spreading peace and knowledge. Thank you very much. And I hope that I have made proper justification to the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a really very informative and motivational speech. We'll take the question answers at the end of the webinar. Now I invite Ms. Nihal to introduce our last guest speaker. Over to you, Nihal.
A very good afternoon to all present here. I would like to welcome our last speaker of today's webinar, Dr. Bipithala Balakrishnan Nair, who is a transdisciplinary researcher in tourism studies with particular interests in post-colonialism and colonial nostalgia, in world-making normalizations and creative management development practices in the representations of peoples and places. Ma'am obtained her doctorate in tourism management in the Business Management Research Institute from the University of Bedfordshire, United Kingdom. She has also inspected soft power orientations to travel and heritage in her native India. Apart from this, ma'am also holds a master's degree in international tourism management from the University of Bedfordshire as well. Dr. Bipithala Nair is currently working as an assistant professor at SOL International School Hospitality Management Department in the Wusung University, Korea. Ma'am, on behalf of Dr. BMN College, I would like to extend a warm welcome, and we really appreciate you for accepting our invitation and for being part of this seminar with us. Over to you, Bipithala, madam.
Thank you very much, Nishal, for this fabulous welcome. And thank you very much for Vrishali ma'am to give me an opportunity to speak and engage with the beautiful, young, vibrant minds of Mumbai. With your permissions, I would like to share my screen. Could you please confirm it is visible and audible?
Yes, madam, it is.
Okay.
You can see.
Thank you very much. So first of all, happy World Tourism Day, and taking this encouragement from the World Tourism Organizations, we are also having a better theme for future, that is tourism, building peace and fostering knowledge. Today, I would like to share you this thought in three main sections. First one, we are going to have a discussions or have a presentation about tourism as a driver of peace. Here we can see how tourism make a drive for peacemaking. Second one is belongs to tourism and politics. Tourism is much beyond a holiday making or an excursion. Rather, it involves a lot of politics, international affairs, that is diplomacy of tourism. And finally, we will conclude with how tourism is fostering knowledge, how it is making knowledge, how it is creating, sharing knowledge, etc. Okay, let us start with first section, that is tourism as a driver of peace, bridging people, place, and culture. As you all know, while we are making a holiday trip, what we will do? We will go to another place. That may be an international place or a domestic place. Wherever we are going, what we are doing? We are communicating with people. We are enjoying the landscapes. We are enjoying the servicescapes. We are having a glimpse of their traditions, culture, rituals, ceremonies, etc. That is connecting the pupil's mind. It is pursuing the pupil's mind. They are traveling from one place to other. So in that way, it is become become us a world citizens. So that if there is no boundaries between us, tourism driving the sentiments of peace, there is no conflict. There are three main ways tourism can do that. Tourism can foster peace as a chain communication generator. It's a communication platforms. It's a sharing platforms to make people know each other. If we are not making any trip, if there is no tourism happening, what will happen? We cannot understand about the world, how the world looking and how the people are differencing, how their dressing style, their food styles, their communications ways, culture, etc. If we are making trips, if the tourism happening, these activities help us to know each other more better. We can understand, we can see, we can learn the difference. Definitely we will compare this experience with our own culture and traditions. Then we can understand how small we are. We become an open-minded. So this kind of knowledge, we are people getting through travel, become an open-minded. Next is work collaboratively. As a tourism students, I don't want to explain much more about how tourism help collaborative work. Tourism involves, there are different kinds of stakeholderships between the community, between the government, between the business, between the educational institutes. There is a kind of collaborations. We are working together to make the tourism industry sector better. If you are working together, like you are in a university, or if you are in a classroom, or if you are going to a business, working collaboration means that we are going to get a better understanding each other. We are become a family. So in that way, as well, tourism fostering peace. Finally, these all understanding creates what? Appreciations. If we know better, we will trying to appreciate each other. Okay, if they are doing something, we will start to appreciate each other. Okay, it is their culture, their mannerisms, their rituals, their traditions. We will create an empathy. We can understand each other, that create an appreciation and empathy. We will start to understand others' culture. These are the three main ways tourism can foster peace. There are two schools of thought. While we are connecting tourism and peace, there are two schools of thought. That is, one is peace through tourism. That is how we can generate peace through tourism, and also tourism for peace. How we can make tourism better for peace. Okay, whatever it is, tourism brings as a harmonious platform for all to exchange, share, and understand each other better in order to gain cooperation, mutual understanding, a sense of belongings and integrity. And also it generate dialogues, discourse, and exchange. Just imagine if you are going to a new school or a new university, you will become a lot of new friends, isn't it? You feel so uncomfortable, lot of friends, you don't know anybody, you feel so uncomfortable, you may sit in a corner. But what happened? First day, second day, after a week, what will happen? You will start to familiar. How you will get this kind of familiarization? You will start to exchange, isn't it? You will start to speak, you will listen to them, you will watch. And tourism also creating the same opportunity. While we are traveling from one place to other, either that for making pleasure trips, excursions, or an escape, or getting education. People are not only traveling for these things, they are also traveling for getting more knowledge. Okay, while we are traveling from one place to another place, we are exchanging our own gained knowledge, understanding, sharing, etc. This will create a sense of belongings. This will create a sense of what? To create a sense of global family. That is our Indian concept of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. We are become a one family. Most of the people are, that is why they are, once they are traveled, make a holiday trip, they will travel and travel and travel again, because they will get a force or urgeness to understand other cultures. And it will create an integrity. It's create a bond between people to people, both the travelers and the people involved in tourism. and it also lots of discourses, not only in tourism, from the decision making. You know, the brochures, the marketing materials, what they are doing, they are communicating about a place or a culture and their habitat or habits and traditions and ceremonies to other part of the world, the written materials. Nowadays, everything become digital. So the digital tourism, promotional or travel materials, what they are doing, they are communicating. They are telling, look, this is India. We are embedded with culture. We are a land of spirituality. Come here, you will get amazed with India. Whatever we are seeing through the Incredible India website or other kind of things, they are making dialogues, discourses. These dialogues and discourses help people to understand about a country. That is tourism. That is how tourism fostering peace. Maybe before 5 years or 10 years ago, in Western world, they may have a bad idea about India. They think India is a bad country. There's a lot of violence. There are a lot of snake charmers. We all are timeless. But now, because of the initiative from our governments or through our Incredible India campaign, we are communicating different discourses, tourism discourses. They are communicating between people. Even if it's a digital or a traditional brochure, they are communicating. They are telling people, even if they are not human beings, they are telling people that, look, this is India, come and understand us. Then what happened? People will fascinated by these kind of brochures or marketing things. They will make a decision, okay, let us go India this time. They will come to India. They will understand how beautiful our country is. I am just saying an example as India. Okay. So they will understand India. They will get more awareness about India. Then they realize what we understood through the Western media or their propaganda is not right. This is the way tourism works. This is happening not only to India, this is happening to a lot of different other worlds. Okay, these are the kind of peace. They are generating peace. They are eliminating the harsh, concrete representations as well. They are sharing knowledge. They are exchange knowledge. The second thing, tourism is a passport to peace. It's a passport. Passport is always connected with international journey, internationalization, globalization, etc. Yes, of course, tourism is a passport to peace. It is a passport for giving us visitor visa, holiday making visa to go to another country to understand them and erase our falsified mind, make us open-minded. If two countries and two people can understand much better, there is no conflict. There's peace, there's understanding, there is much more cooperation happening. That is why tourism is conceptualized as a passport to peace. As I informed in my first slide or second slide, tourism is not only a single way of communication or commute from one place to other. There's different kinds of diplomacy involved in tourism that promoting some kind of peace. It provides an effective tool for promoting peace, which in turn leads to cross-cultural interactions resulting in tolerance and national integration. Just an example, domestic tourism in India. You know, India is a mini region. It's a big country and it's a land of diversity. If you are traveling from Mumbai to Kashmir, or if you are traveling from Mumbai to Kanyakumari, the south, north, east or west, you will understand how beautiful your country is. You are going to learn about the various dressing style, weather, landscapes, and the language they are speaking. You will become very proud of your country. You will become very proud to be an Indian. You are getting more knowledge. Therefore, there is no conflict. Okay, I am from Maharashtra, I am a Marathi, I am a Malayali, or I am a Tamilian. There is no conflict. This is the way tourism can bring people together to create a national integration. Domestic tourism as an example, you can think international as well as an example. And Cultural diplomacy. You may be aware about different forms of tourism. There may be cultural tourism, heritage tourism, food tourism, environmental tourism, etc. There is a diplomacy there. Why people always after culture and heritage? People are like to understand others' culture because these kind of cultural differences are pursuing them, attracting them, pulling them, come to another country. There, the diplomacy of tourism start to work. These attractions creates empathy. They will understand these countries are also equally important their home country. That is a cultural diplomacy of tourism, making people attracted through the cultural importance attractions. Okay, India is one of the country is having a higher level of cultural diplomacy. They are walking through the ancient practices, spirituality, religiousness, etc. Next is gastro diplomacy. Have you heard about the term gastro diplomacy? Gastro diplomacy is related to food. We all like food, right? We all like what you maybe like to eat pani puri. For me, I am from Kerala, the southern side. I would like masala dosha the better. And the diplomacy, people nowadays, food tourism is coming up. It's the emerging thing. People are traveling to learn about the food. It is not only eating. Food is a part of culture. It is a slice of culture. How we are eating, how we are preparing, how we are serving, all are part of a culture. So gastro diplomacy means it's a diplomacy of food pursuing or we are seducing the mind of people through stomachs. Tourism is doing it. While we are seducing those minds through tourism activity, what we are doing, we are making those tourists or those visitors understanding this is an important part of culture and we are a great culture. These are the attractions and we are not harmful. So these tourists come to attract food, they can understand the culture and they can create an empathy towards the destinations and there is no conflict. It is reducing the distance between the minds through food. That is gastro diplomacy through tourism. Next is the politics of tourism and peace. If you are connecting tourism and politics, you should understand there are different kinds of agreements. International agreement to understand. It is known as inter alia. The term is known as inter alia. There are different kinds of rights and laws which can amended with tourism to generate peace. First example, the older one is the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. This also connected with the people working and people going for tourism. And Bureau of Social Tourism in 1963 and Helsinki Accord in 1975. There are plenty of laws and regulations are coming up. These are international agreements between countries or they have to agree the worldwide. Okay, this is very important while we are judging several international agreements. This is known as in inter alia. These are the part of politics of tourism and peace. So these things are very easy to say. Like I am saying, we can say sit and discuss. But these are conceptualizations or theoreticizations. But when it comes to a practical ground, there are some absolute hurdles to overcome. For everything, it is easy to say, but difficult to practice. Because tourism is a broad concept, it's a massive scope, it is an amalgamation of industries, isn't it? It is connected with different kinds of subsectors. And it is connected with different kinds of countries. And there are many factors we need to consider while we are thinking about peace through tourism or through tourism for peace. There should be appropriate planning, there international cooperation, peace through tourism or versus tourism through peace. We need to first determine that, and tourism in conflict-ridden areas. What about the tourism in conflict-ridden areas? Think about our Kashmir or think about our China border. think if some tourists will come and they will host their flag, and the other side, other conflicting country is seeing it, what will happen? This is then become a negative impact will come up. That kind of, this is not only China or not only Kashmir, I'm just saying because India as an example. All over the world, this is happening. So at that situation, we cannot say tourism is not for peace. So tourism in conflict areas is one of the main concerns while we are discussing about tourism and peace. And we need to avoid the potential negative impact of tourism. There are many kinds of negative impact of tourism. That may be economical, that may be environmental, or that may be social. If the society, they are welcoming tourists, they are host, and the guests they are coming, if they are not working well between each other, what will happen? Conflict happening, friction happening. There's a cultural crash happening. That is negative impact of tourism. This should be minimized if we need to promote peace through tourism. If not, there is no peace happening, especially the over-tourism areas. I'm not considering COVID-19 here. So if we are considering over-tourism, there is some kind of frictions between societies, host and guests. They don't want any more tourists. At this kind of situations, it is very difficult to encourage tourism and peace. Next is human rights. Different countries, different people are working, different people are moving, human right violations, different kinds of discriminations, and different kinds of abusing happening. So this should be minimized if we want to consider peace and tourism. And there's peace museums and attitude change. After all, tourism is a matter of individuality. Here, people are traveling. Their behavior, their attitude is always affecting. Theoretically, we can say it's fine, they can exchange. Think what will happen. The tourist is adamant to all the changes. They just want to go and come back, just relax and come back. They don't want to get any kind of exchange or mutual understanding. Do you think there is peace is promoting to tourism? No. Therefore, if we need to consider tourism and peace, if they are connecting these peace together, there are absolute hurdles to overcome. There are many building blocks. We can overcome these hurdles through many building blocks. First one is sustainability, that is sustainable development goals. This we are going to discuss in next slide. These are 17 goals. They are suggested by World Tourism Organizations to promote tourism in many ways. In which sustainable development goal number 16 is generating peace, fostering knowledge and peace. That we are going to see in next slide. Second point is very important while we are considering peace and fostering knowledge is the gender equality and women empowerment. Especially in developing regions, if tourism need to consider, tourism have a high potential to become gender equality and women empowerment, providing them jobs and societal status. For example, responsible tourism in Kumaragam in India is now become world famous for this gender equality and women empowerment. They are providing women more chances to come up. They are giving them jobs. They are giving them some freedom, training, knowledge, etc. Next is economic equity, the money balance, human rights, social justice, and democracy. As I mentioned earlier, this is a people's movement. There's a cultural movement. There is a social movement. So we need to think about social rights, social justice, and democracy. Democracy of tourism. Okay, because we are traveling from one place to other, that may be international travel. Then non-violent conflict resolution. Even in tourism, there is lots of conflict. That is known as tourism sanction and tourism boycotts. Because tourism is one of the susceptible and vulnerable sectors of the world. If there is any friction happening between the country, there begins tourism boycotts. For example, last month, there is a big issue happened between Philippines and South Korea. Simple thing, a TikTok star just make a tattoo on his hand. South Koreans believe that is a symbol of Japan. They hate that kind of symbols because they are once a colony of Japan. So they start to abuse Philippines. But Philippines historically helped South Koreans for their freedom movements. So there is a slight misunderstanding. They start the problem. They start to boycott South Korea because Philippines people are one of the major market share of South Korea movement. You have to understand tourism is very vulnerable. If we are thinking about peace and tourism, these things will happen. There is a non-violent conflict resolution should be there. So sustainable development goals is through sustainable development goals, the World Tourism Organizations are suggesting how tourism can bring all these things factors. These are the collection of 17 global goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all of us, in which Sustainable Development Goal 16 is for peace, justice, and strong institutions. This is for peace and justice. You can see in this picture, there is a pigeon and with a justice symbol. Here in the Sustainable Development Goal, there is a lot of parameters and characteristics, aspects. Through that, peace, tourism can further enhance this kind of peace and justice. Okay. Now, I would like to introduce a tourism peace model. Here you can understand this is mainly through community-based tourism. I selected this model because this year's World Tourism Days theme is rural community. That is why this is an example of how tourism can enhance peace through community participation, through rural community, because where people are struggling mainly due to COVID-19. They can introduce through ecological and sustainable based project, as you know, the local handicraft and other kind of ecological project, and transparency, the economic transactional transparency. If they are having a better understanding of how money is coming and how money is going, peace of mind, and capacity building. If we are giving them training, if they are enhancing more efficiency and capacity, they can give some, they can contribute some element of peace. And also active participations and stakeholdership, as we mentioned earlier, work collaboratively between government authorities, stakeholders, and community. And also mutual understanding among the community members. They need to understand each other. You know, it's a family, a village. This is the tourism brings people together within the community, within a country, within the globe. They will work together for tourism. And also they should consider the enhancement of tourist satisfaction. If the tourist is coming to their community, if they are not satisfied, there is no chance for peace. Both sides need to be satisfied and peacefully living within the tourism framework, then it can create a tourism and peace. The last one, we are going to be in the last slide, and how tourism can fostering knowledge. It's a social practice, isn't it? It is a social practice where people are moving from one place to another, and they are involves various kinds of knowledge share. From culture, one culture to other culture, from India to Australian culture, from Jews to Hindus, from Christians to Muslims, whatever it is, from place to place, from Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu. There's a knowledge sharing happening. They are fostering the knowledge between each other, not only in people level, but also in higher levels. And also from people to people. At the bottom level is people to people communication. There are two types of exchange happening in tourism. The basic level is people to people, that is between us. While we are going for a tourist or somebody is coming to our place to visit, there is a people to people communication going on. But there is when an international level, that is known as government to government, that is G2G, government to government sharing and other kinds of diplomatic activities. That is G2G, and knowledge sharing happening and fostering happening between the bottom line is known as people to people. Tourism is famous and more promoted for this reason. This is a platform for people to people. People can come to different kinds of countries and settings. They can understand, they can foster knowledge about the country, culture, practices, etc. Okay. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your words of wisdom with us. It was really very insightful and informative. We would now take the questions and answers. I request all the participants to write your questions in the chat box. And I would like Ms. Dania Shah and Ms. Zainab Abuji to read out the questions of the participants. Thank you.
Hiri sir, we have a question for you. It says that to which extent is tourism beneficial for mental health?
Okay, as I have told you that tourism is beneficial for mental peace. So it is beneficial for mental health also, because if I take an example of you people, Mumbai people, see you people, those are working or those are studying, those are traveling from one place to another. You people are like, you know, you're stuck to the watch. You know, I have to catch a local of 1:14, 1:13. I have to reach office at say 10 by 10 in the morning. I have, when the office is left, I have to catch this bus at. So you people, like, you know, the life in Mumbai is like, you know, it's always running. Taking an example, I am not discouraging anyone from Mumbai, but this is the case which I have seen in Mumbai. You know, you people are like running like a clock. So, and as I've said in the earlier in my slides, that the hectic life schedule, the hectic workload, the stress, the strain, whatever is there during your regular routine life, if you take a break and go for at a place, say from Mumbai to Himachal Pradesh, or you take a place Kashmir, or you take a place to some hill station at south, the environment over there, the scenic beauty, the calmness, and no work for you. Basically, you will be out of your work. As I have earlier also said, that when you go out, you have to disconnect yourself from the entire world. Entire world means, I want to say, your mobile, your laptop, your daily routine work. You have to enjoy yourself. Unless and until you do that, even if you go over there, you will not have that mental peace what I'm talking about, and the mental health what you're talking about. So tourism surely is going to help in your mental health, but you have to follow some rules, some discipline. What I've answered your question.
Thank you so much, sir, for your answer. The next question.
The next question is for all the panelists. According to you, what is better traveling via tourism companies or self-planned vacation? What would you guys recommend?
Whom do you want to answer? Ma'am, me, or sir?
Sir, you.
Okay, I will answer first, then other panelists can also answer that. According to you, what is better traveling? Tourism company or self-planned vacations? Now, see, both these options are like, if you are self-confident about planning a tour, then my suggestion will be self-planned vacation is better. Because if you go through a tourism companies, you have some restrictions, you have to follow their procedures, you have to follow their rules and regulations, and you have to maintain a decorum for that particular group. If you go through a group, if I'm talking about a group, and if you plan a self vacation, you are at a ease, you are at a freedom to enjoy your vacation as per your choice. For example, if you're visiting a museum, if it is a group, you have a time limit of say half an hour, 1 hour. The manager, tour manager who is accompanying you, he'll announce you have only half an hour, so rush, see and come. So you have a time limit and you are bounded with the rules and regulations. If you have planned a vacation on your own, there is no rules and regulation. If you want to spend the entire day in the museum, you are free to do that. If you don't want to visit a museum, you're free to do that. But when you plan a self vacation, you have to study the detailed aspects of that place. You have to study which flight, which train, which hotel, how we are going to, itinerary. You have to plan an itinerary of yourself and work on it. But you need to be confident about it. If you are not confident about it, my suggestion is go through tourism companies or travel companies. Okay, so if anyone, other panelists want to add to it or their views, they can.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. Uh, does ma'am and sir want to answer?
Yeah, I would like to add one more thing. So I think thank you, sir, for this excellent answer. So I just want to add one more point that always depends upon where you want to travel. If you want to know, if you want to travel to a familiar place, then that may be a personal arranged plans may be better. But when you are going to a place where you don't have much awareness about it, then there is some remote places or there is a bad connectivity, there may be a package tours can be suggested in terms of safety and security. Okay, but if you are having more awareness about digital tourism, how to use the digital tools for making your tourism experience more enriching, then that may be for the younger generations. While considering that, it is suggested to be fine for going the individual trips, but that always depends upon where you want to travel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next question is, after the COVID situation, how do we ensure safety traveling?
Okay, I can start, sir, with your permission.
Yes, ma'am. Very good.
Yeah. COVID-19, after COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 is a conceptualized thing. We don't know when it is going to start. When it is, the uncertainties around COVID-19 is still strong. However, it is believed that tourism is going to be changed. It's like a reformation. Or it is also believed that the tourism is not going to change anything. People are just waiting to get a vaccines or medications, then they will start again. Whatever it is, after COVID-19, the travels should have connected with some kind of medical reports and other kind of documents they need. That is known as medical passport. You should carry a medical passport. The medical passport means a checking certificate, or you need to undergo some quick spot checks in the airports. And there should be a permanent or temporal structural changes in the vehicles or way of transportations you are going to. You may need to carry a piece of sanitizers and the mask, because we cannot expect anything. We need to expect any all the time the possibility of getting infected. And these comments are based on a recent study. They are coming out. It is believed that they did a study all over the world. They believe that 80% of people are scared to travel, and in which 10% of people are ready to travel. They are not worried about death and other stuff. Again, the 10% is still not decided. We need to consider the 80% of people. They are really scared to get infected, or they are having a scare of death. These people's mentality behavior will definitely affect how the post-COVID-19 travel is. There may be, you may need a vaccine, you may need a medical passport, the permanent, that is the protections, PPE, personal protection equipments, or that maybe you may need to travel for some kind of arrangements like travel bubbles. Okay, or just domestic tourism, COVID-free areas. Okay. Sir, if you want, you can add.
Yes, ma'am. See, now this post-COVID situation we are talking about, this pandemic we are talking about, safety was a concern before COVID also. We were not taking it seriously. We had SARS, we had Ebola, we had swine flu. There were many diseases which were there, but we were not taking it seriously, or the industry was not taking it seriously. Due to this pandemic, due to this COVID, now it has developed, or it has grown at a very higher risk than this other diseases which were there. So now everyone is worried, if I get a corona, if I get infected with this corona, I will die. But it is not the case. You don't have to hide if you are infected. Basically, one thing is that. So before you travel, there will be some new norms. There will be some guidelines which will be issued by the government to the hotels, to the travelers, that they have, like ma'am has said, that you need to have a medical passport. You have to have a certificate that you are not having any, you are not positive with corona, or you are not. That is done today also. If we are traveling from India to other nations, say US or UK or whichever international travel, you need to have a medical checkup. You need to have a certificate. This is going to be addition to that. Unlike madam has said that you have to carry all the safety gears with you, masks, sanitizers, PPEs. That is going to be there. Now see, the WHO has also said that corona is not going anywhere. It is going to be there. It will, the impact what is having today, it is going to reduce. How it is going to reduce? Whenever the vaccine comes up, God only knows when the vaccine is going to come. So whenever the vaccine comes up, whenever we are injected with that vaccine, it is going to lower down. It is not going anywhere. So you have to take all the precautionary measures what we are taking today. So traveling anywhere, maybe domestic, maybe international, you have to take safety precautions. Is it okay, ma'am? Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
Yes, can I say something as well?
Please,
sure, sir.
Yes, I want to say that with the rate these pandemics are occurring these days, I think we might also, aside what you are saying, now be in a position to say this is something which we are going to live with for the next decades. So what I'm proposing possibly is to also up maybe the idea of virtual tourism, whereby we are going to now have 360-degree presentations, and people can pay. You can actually pay online to view the whole of India and all its attractions on a 360-degree presentation. And therefore it means our tour guides and all our tour operators, they now have to get onto those cameras which give 360-degree views of those destinations. Our tour guides, they got to be in order, and you record, and people can access those things through paying a small token of appreciation. And that way, I think tourism can go on. These diseases are not going to be going away soon. And with the rate at which they've been coming in, I think it's time we now start thinking of these things as part of us. And therefore, we then start thinking of permanent solutions to this with the pandemics. I think.
Thank you all the panelists for such an instructive answers. The next question we have is, what are the benefits of tourism other than recreational purposes?
Bipita, madam, or Hire sir, could you just answer this question?
Sir, please
I
repeat,
think,
ma'am. I didn't hear it properly.
yeah. I would just read it for you. That what are the benefits of tourism other than recreational purposes?
Okay, thank you for this wonderful questions indeed. Tourism is not only for the recreational purpose. It's creating the best answer is coming through different forms of tourism, because as you know, there are different forms of tourism exist, isn't it? If your recreational side of tourism is always connected with 3S concept, something like go for sun, sea, and sand. We are going to beach tourism, we are going to some types of urban tourisms, other kind of events, etc. While we are coming to this some serious kinds of tourism, something like agri-tourism, rural tourism, responsible tourism, and what else? Slow tourism. These are some kind of higher levels, or that is special interest tourism. They are not only for recreation, they are making better understanding, making our environment sustainable, giving more opportunity for the community, to foster the community, foster the peace and education. You may heard about volunteer tourism. Volunteer tourism means we are involving different kinds of tourists as volunteers. They will come from their home to support the host communities. They will give education, they will give medical support, etc. And also some other kind of tourism like slow tourism. They are giving opportunity for the tourists to be with the community members. That means a slow pace. They will live with them in significant period of time to understand the cultural practices and to make the environment much better, giving them more education. And when it comes to cultural tourism and heritage tourism, it is believed to be 90% of tourists traveling for specifically for culture and heritage. They are more educated tourists. They are not only going for the recreation. They are going to understand the culture, the cultural exchange. That is a very serious concept. Okay, and there are many other forms of tourisms like spiritual tourism. That is not for recreation. They are something like kind of finding out self, the self-realization. Medical tourism, that is not for recreation. They are going to give some kind of healing, like if they have some kind of medical problems, they are going for healing. And other kinds of wellness tourism to make them better. Mindfulness. Okay, so that is always connected with which type of tourism we are going for. The scope and dimensions of tourism we are involving and where we are going to. Okay, I hope I answer. Sir, if you would like to ask, join, add any on things?
No, ma'am. Perfect answer for this question. It is, you have covered all the aspects of other than recreational purpose.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I just summarize?
Please go on.
Yes, I wrote there that the benefits of tourism depend on the type of tourism you undertake or look at. So there is many benefits of tourism as they are the different types of tourism, as you rightly say. the benefits of tourism are as many as the types of tourism that we have. And each type of tourism brings various types of benefit to the people who will be participating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for your informative answer. As we are running out of time, we will only ask two more questions. The next question is, how far this coronavirus has affected tourism industry in terms of economic status?
Okay, actually, this is a question is full of uncertainty because all our predictions when the corona is coming up in March 2020, there are predicted that 30% of travel and tourism sector is going to be affected or 30% reduction. But if you are seeing some researchers coming out, it is more than 80% of travel sectors is affected indirectly or indirectly. And this also is also directed to destination because the dependency of tourism is very much included in this kind of economic matters. Some countries like Thailand and Indonesia, they are heavily depending on tourism for their economy. Okay, so for those kind of countries, the economic downturn or the economic impact of corona will be much more severe than any other countries. They are considering tourism as a substitute sector. For those countries, they are heavily depending on tourism for their economic income, GDP, etc. As a service sector, they are suffering more. But as per the latest report from Anvinto, it is more than 85% of tourism sectors are affected directly or indirectly, including hospitality, other kinds of accommodation, travel operators, and transportation services, etc. Thank you. Sir, please, you can add.
Yes, ma'am. See, like ma'am has said, that it depends the effect of pandemic on the tourism industry as per on the places. Like I have also in my one of my slide, I have shown that there are many places or destinations or states which are totally dependent on tourism. Like I have said, Goa, I said Himachal Pradesh, or in Maharashtra, if you talk, if I've said Mathiran, Mahabaleshwar. These places are totally dependent on tourism. Like ma'am says, 80 to 85% agreed. Many of the hotels, I will tell you right now, I've just gone through some of the news and some write-ups. Many of the hotels have been permanently shut down. They have closed. So the economic effect, actually, I should not speak this, the government should look into this factor. It is a very serious issue which is been neglected by the government on this tourism and hospitality sector. I should not speak this, but it is the worst hit sector if we speak about. So apart from the places which is not totally dependent, if we talk about other places where tourism is a secondary part, it has affected, but not to that extent. But still, if I say, if considering 85%, I will say almost 60 to 70% it has affected. People are not moving out. People are scared to move out. Unless and until this scare of the people is gone thoroughly out of their mind, it is not going to help the tourism industry. That is why in my last slide I have and in my inaugural also I've told that let us pledge that we move out after this pandemic and help to grow this industry again to the fastest and the largest industry. So it has affected very much. The economic status of tourism and hospitality industry is worst, I will say. Ma'am, it's true, I said. I believe what I've said.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
Yes, can I just add to something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think from our point, since we have not measured anything, it is quite difficult to come up with the figures and so on the impact of the pandemic on the industry economically. But I'm very sure that in most countries where it struck, the tourism organizations where the waste hit, and most of them were closed. And the impact therefore depends on the country, on the extent to which the country was affected by the pandemic, and the extent to which the country also depends or relies on the industry, as you say. But I'm sure in the near future, the UNWTO will produce a country by country report so that we'll be able to see the whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering. Now we have a last.
So we have the last question. It is for Akshay sir. The last question is about over rupees 257 crore is spent in building of Statue of Unity. Do you think it was a smart investment and could it generate revenue that could later benefit the tourism sector of India?
Okay. Akshay is not my name. My name is Jaideep. I'm using my son's laptop, so that name has popped up. Okay, the question is about Statue of Unity, wherein 257 crore were spent. Was it a smart investment? Actually, see, we have to develop a place or a destination where we could attract people. Now, spending crores of rupees into a statue or Unity or whatever it is, see, it is, you cannot say whether it is a smart move or smart investment or it is a bad investment. Because whenever such projects are taken, they are thoroughly studied, proper research must have been done, or they always do such of, they do research on when the amount is such a huge, like 257 crore. So it is not a blind move by the government. Lot of study must have been taken, lot of research must have been done, and yes, it will benefit the tourism sector, because when it was inaugurated in the papers and in the news, it was seen that a lot of people were visiting that place. Okay, maybe the recovery of that particular amount may be delayed by some years now, and as this, due to this pandemic again, and what you say, the vacation period, or like from March, April, May, June is already gone, so it has affected that particular sector also and that particular destination also. It must, like, it will help the tourism sector. I believe it will help. It is not going to be a waste. I hope I have answered it properly.
Sir, I would like to add something on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. These kind of questions is correctly reflecting the thoughts of younger minds, that they are considering tourism is just for recreation. Actually, tourism, you have to understand, tourism is more than recreation. It is a politics. Why people are going to America, going to see the statue there? Why people are going to Dubai to see the Burj Khalifa there? There is a kind of diplomacy known as soft power. India is having lot of soft power, that is a diplomacy. That means a cultural attractions. They can pursue us. They can attract people to our country. India is having one of the country. They are having huge potential for tourism and these kind of soft diplomacy, but it's still lacking it. There are many reasons they are projecting. This is not Indian government's report. The World Tourism Organizations, they recently published it. They're saying that India doesn't have a proper museum. India doesn't have a proper cultural icon. India have many, but we are not projecting it more than Taj Mahal. India is very stereotyped, especially for if you are asking any persons outside India, they will say Taj Mahal only. That is not true. India is having lot of resources that is absolutely magnificent than Taj Mahal. They're fabulous than Taj Mahal. But due to some kind of politics, leftism, other kind of liberalizations and other kind of politics happened in India in past, they are not projecting out. Where this importance of this kind of statues and other monuments are coming up. And you have to think, these kind of crore rupees are not directly invested by the government. There is a lingo stakeholders. There is different kinds of people. They are investing for these kind of developments. This is a great initiative by Indian government, appreciated all over the world, except some kind of politicians in the India. Because they don't want, because of the political, I don't want to come into that mind. But as far as we are considering the power of tourism, this should be a great initiative. But maybe because of COVID-19, there is some kind of drawbacks. It's not only happening in India or the global phenomena, the pandemic, it is affected globally. Now it's maybe a downturn, but for the tourism development, that statue will give India a better position. For a student, I request you to understand, think out of the box. Tourism is not only travel. Tourism is not only going someplace and relax. It is a huge power of tourism to represent a country. People are coming to see the statue is not only come to see the statue, they will understand the history behind India, the struggles we had for our freedom. And what is the great Sardar Patel, what he did, the great personality, the Iron Man of India, what he did, he united these kind of diverse land. He made the beautiful country as in the shape of Republic of India now. They will understand the history of India. Then our country will become more understandable. They will change the perception about India. The more tourists will come. They will help the surrounding community. They will give economy. And hopefully after COVID, it will come up. So I'm just supporting sir. They did a thorough research, and there is more than this kind of recreation. This statue will definitely help Indian tourism. Okay, thank you.
Now you're talking about this statue. Recent in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, the Hindu Mills, they are coming up with the recent news. It was, I just don't remember it. I forgot the name. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think, are you talking about the statue that they are rising the height of Baba Saheb Ambedkar?
No. In the Hindu Mill, they are coming with this Dhamma.
Yeah.
Dhamma Bhumi of something.
Yes.
It is also into some crores. It is also some project into some crores.
Yeah. Sir, I think for every country, every states, they are having this kind of symbols. They are known as symbolisms in tourism. They are the national symbols. They are not only the symbols of statues, they are the national identity. Like Burj Khalifa, whatever, like the Statue of Liberty. We don't have it. We just have wherever you are going, because I am just emotional because I did PhD in it. I'm sorry about it. Wherever you are going, you can only see Taj Mahal. But for India, India is not only Taj Mahal. We are having great monuments. We are having, our ancestors did it very much. Why we are only projecting Taj Mahal? Because somebody, they are perceptionally, intentionally hiding the beautiful history of India with a single Taj Mahal. The same thing. That is why people are agreeing against these kind of things, because when people will come to know about India, because it's Incredible India campaign was such a movement. It was helpful, slightly changing the perception of India in a global perceptions. Believe me, it's a soft diplomacy. Okay, that is why. I'm sorry if I'm emotional.
No, ma'am. Correct. You were correct.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you, Hire sir. I hope participants, your questions have been answered. Now we hand over to Miss Urvi to continue our session. Over to you, Urvi.
Thank you, Danya. Hello everyone, and now the long-awaited moment of the day, or I should rather say week, is here. Are you all excited to hear the winners of the competition held throughout the week? We had organized 4 fun-filled, educative competitions throughout the whole week. They were emoji quiz, crossword game, poster making, and guess the place game. We had participants from different parts of the country. We had divided the competition into two categories. The first, student category, and the second was open category, which was open for all ages. Even teachers, parents, and relatives participated. I will be announcing the winners of Emoji Quiz, which was held on 21st of September. We had a total of 46 participants. The participants had to clear 3 stages within a given amount of time. Let us first begin with the student category. The third winner is Ms. Shrishti Ritesh Motwani. The second winner is Mr. Aniket Dhotre, and the winner is Mr. Mayank Ashrondkar. Now we go for the open category. The third place goes to Mr. Vinit Joshi. The second place goes to Mr. Ritesh Motwani, and the winner is Mr. Chetan Belkar. Congratulations to all the winners and participants. The certificates will be issued within a week's time. Now, I would like Ms. Gayatri to take over and announce the winners of crossword game.
Thanks, Udvi. Hello everyone. I am going to announce the results for the crossword game, which was held on. Hello. I am going to announce the results for the crossword game, which was held on 23rd of September 2020. For this game, we had in total 28 participants, and now I will announce the result. So, the third prize goes to Mayank Patnani and Ms. Bhavya Ahuja. Second prize goes to Ms. Srishti Motwani, and the first prize winner is Ms. Sneha Motwani. Now we move to the open category, and the first prize goes to Ms. Shreya Trivedi. Congratulations to the winners, and thank you to all the participants for participating in our game. Now I hand over to Ms. Aishwarya to announce the results of Guess the Place competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri. Hello, everyone. I will be announcing the winner of Guess the Place competition, which was held on 25th of September. There are 37 participants in total, and now the results. The first prize in student category goes to Ms. Sriti Motwani. Now we go to the announcement of open category. Second place goes to Mr. Pratap Srilingam, and first place goes to Ms. Shreya Trivedi. Thank you for all the participants and hearty congratulations to the winners. I would like Ms. Rutika Parab to continue.
Thank you, Ishwarya. So the poster making competition was held on 24th of September, and the theme for the competition was Peace, the Path for a Better Day. We received 15 entries for the competition, and we are very proud to have Mr. Pradeep Parulekar sir to judge this poster. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Pradeep Parulekar sir. He has completed his interior designing and decoration course from Maharashtra Technical Board, GD Art Commercial, Government of Maharashtra, Higher Art Examination Diploma, Postgraduate Diploma in Marketing Management with specialization in advertising. He has a very wide work experience. He has worked as a senior artist and was appointed as a member of board of director at the Movement Films Private Limited. Is honorary advisor of Graffiti School of Animation in Mahim. He is a proprietor of car creations firm engaged in designing exhibition stalls. He has also designed several stalls for MIDC, Government of Maharashtra, Anupam Hitler's Private Limited for Plast India exhibition at Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. Arab Blast at Dubai. This stall was awarded Trophy Gold Star for Best Communication Design at Dubai. Congratulations, sir. Sir has introduced 3 years computer oriented applied art course. He is the founder of BitByte Computer Academy, conducting 3 years computer course in designing applied art. Introduced and is the head of the applied art course and government recognized higher art courses at SNDT College. He is also heading the department in Bhausaheb SS Trust Institute of Design, Applied Art for private applied art diploma courses and higher art government recognized courses of Maharashtra state. Art and Design in RIMS International Center of Examination of Cambridge International School and Junior College. Sir was invited as an expert resource person to conduct workshop on 3D design for teachers. He has also judged many posters. Sir was also awarded as the Best Art Teacher Trophy for Social Work in year 2014-2015 by International Human Rights Association. Many congratulations to you, sir, for all your achievements, and we are really happy to have you here with us as a judge. And now I request sir to kindly say a few words about the posters he judged so as to motivate the participants and also to announce the winners for the poster making competition.
So, sir, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Sorry. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, yes, we are hearing you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello. Because I can't hear you properly.
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay. As I have heard many speakers, and the main thing was how tourism helps to build up a peace, a global peace, and the whole globe can be a one family. Now, the tourism was the main reason. And now, I would like to just explain the importance of tourism and to attract either domestic or international tourists. We should have a media which will have a mass communication. So as far as advertising is concerned, that plays an important role, and particularly posters. So I would like to speak about a poster first, so that it will be helpful for the participant and know how it was done. First of all, poster is a media. Poster is outdoor media. Even we can have indoor posters also. So posters can be divided into long range, short range, and the average. So as far as today's entries were concerned, let me tell you that poster should have AIDA formula. So first, your poster should be attractive. Poster should create interest. Then poster should create a desire. Not even that. Later on, they should take positive action for the desire created. So that is the main function. And that's why poster as a media is invisible for only 6 seconds. So in short, poster can be described as firing weapon on moving target. And that's why this poster as a media should be very brief, very short, but yet should convey the main message. As our students participants had tried very well, and for this they have to make use of symbols. So here the symbols of tourism and peace were into consideration, and the combination should speak by eyes that the desired communication effective. So many of you have there, and to make this possible, first of all, poster should be a very brief. Poster should be attractive, and poster should be, it can be achieved by using proper color symbolism again. And then after symbolism, it should stand out from the other poster. So identifying our poster in between many posters. So that has to be considered when designing a poster. So exactly the words or the slogans which are there, it gives your illustration or the symbols combined nicely with the words, give advertising impact. And once the poster is seen, it is retained in the mind. That is our customer or tourist. So that should be the quality, and I have judged accordingly with 4 more criteria which should be there in your entry. So that was what you mean by poster. I think all the participants, I appreciate and congratulate all the participants, first of all, for attempting the contest. Secondly, as you know, that human beings are different and everyone's view is different. So, in art, no one is wrong, but intensity of expression through symbols and words differs person to person as his experience is. So, I congratulate all the participants, but as I said, the intensity differs of communicating. So I have tried, it was a hard time, up to 4 o'clock morning I had to see all the entries, compare them, and I have tried to give best 3, which had this quality of the post. So I think I'll take your permission to announce the winner with permission of all of you. Rushali ma'am.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So the third prize, I think some disturbance is there. Third prize goes to Munira Radhuwala. So her poster had all the qualities, that poster quality, the tourism symbols were there, and the words and the slogan which was used, use word, not weapon. That leads to the peace. And the symbols of tourism were well placed as per visual communication is concerned. So that was the uniqueness. So why this entry was selected as the third. Now we come to the second. The second prize was backed by Shreya Trivedi. Here also symbols and the slogan, peace wins people. Again, this is reflected what our dignitaries or the speakers have said, but it is conveyed through visual communication. very easily. Even looking at the poster, the tourist or the general people will know that why and how tourists can build up peace. And that is very important for today. Now, coming to the first prize, it has been backed by Shifa Sheikh. Again, why I have chosen this? It has an uniqueness that generally
Hello.
Ma'am, I think he has left by mistake.
No, he is joined again. Parulekar sir, are you there? Hello. Sir, I request you to kindly mute your second. I think you have started your laptop also.
okay.
And
So
yeah.
I will just mute.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me now properly?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah. So I was continuing with the first prize and how this poster was more attractive, and it is a different type, and it is an especially typographic poster. The types were used and the slogan given was so effective. Once you see this poster, the correct message is conveyed. So if you see that in this particular poster, the negative area was white. So that becomes unique because all the other typography message stands out. It is easy to grasp, and even the types were used were so bold that, and even the color scheme was so nice that I'm sure this poster has met all the qualities which is required to communicate visually and effectively. So I hope I have done justified as per my experience and announced. So again, I congratulate all the three winners and all the participants. So as I said, in art, no one is wrong, but the intensity of expression differs person to person. Thank you, Vishali ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to judge and even announce the winner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is always being a pleasure to have you as judge. Thank you so much, sir. Ritika, you may continue.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the information and explaining us on how a poster should be. Congratulations to all the winners and participants for making such beautiful and interesting posters. There is always a takeaway from any webinar or conference. I request our dearest Madam Dr. Vishali Datar, the HOD of our department, to say a few words. Over to you, Ms. Vishali.
Thank you, Ritika. First of all, I would like to wish everyone a very happy World Tourism Day. It indeed was our pleasure to have so eminent speakers, that is Dr. Cleopas, Dr. Hire, and Dr. Pipita, to accept our invite and make it for us. I know since it is at an international level, so the speakers are from different zone. And Dr. Bipita, it is around 8:30 in Korea, so she requested to leave the room since she has to have her dinner. So she's not there with us right now, but I would definitely want to thank her. And when we talk about takeaways. I would first like to just brief out what Dr. Cleopas said just in 2 lines. I know you have heard for the whole day, but in two lines, Dr. Cleopas said that you have to have positive energy, not only while traveling, but even when fostering knowledge. Positivity will definitely bring peace wherever you go. So, according to him, he said, knowledge and power action, which comes from experience. So, we will definitely keep this as your words and travel whenever we are traveling. Dr. Hire, his speech, it started itself with Atithi Devo Bhava. Dev is always equivalent to peace, as he said. And to tell, Sir is from Nashik. And Nashik is a place where you can have all different types of tourisms. Paryatan, Tirthatan, and Deshatan. Very nicely explained, sir. You also spoke about peace tourism and how to eradicate it right from the root cause of violence. He spoke about the mental peace and how to disconnect from the world to generate peace and knowledge. Moving from one place to another to gain knowledge of diversified culture, community knowledge, ethical values, meeting people, and developing understanding will definitely foster knowledge.
Ma'am, your I think mic is muted.
Dr. Vrishali, are you there? Vrishali, ma'am? I think unfortunately we have lost contact with Vrishali, ma'am.
Yes, actually, ma'am, there should be a technical issue. with
Yes.
her.
So, yeah.
I think she's back.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My laptop, I'm really very sorry. Yeah, so to continue with that, uh, Dr. Hire gave us a beautiful formula. Economy equals to peace, which is equal to knowledge. So tourism will help develop the GDP, increase the GDP, will give employment to thousands of people, and thus this economy developed in the particular country will help to develop peace and thus foster knowledge. Going further, he also said that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he wants people to move towards domestic tourism, to take domestic tourism, and which will develop the economy and specify peace in the country. Thank you so much, sir, for your knowledgeable and motivational thoughts. Your views and ideas will definitely foster knowledge. Going further to Dr. Bipita Lal's discourse, she spoke about two schools of thought: the peace through tourism and tourism for peace. This was in the context like tourism as a driver of peace, diplomacy of tourism through tourism and politics, and thus fostering knowledge. This, in short, we can say that from today's webinar, three important takeaways would be knowledge and power action, which comes from experience, the very beautiful formula economy equals to peace equals to knowledge, and avoid negativity, and encourage tourism for fostering knowledge. So this was the end, and not only this, I would definitely take this opportunity to share two things. First is, we being autonomous, we have designed our own master's course, MSc in tourism and hospitality management. So I would we have circulated this poster everywhere. This is giving, this is a platform where I can reach out many more students. We will definitely share the, now we have your email IDs also. So we will share this information with you so that you can also join our course. Further, I would definitely would want to appreciate the students of third year who, without any complaint, took over the entire program, organized everything. They were sitting all day, day and night, work for making all the crosswords, the competitions, all the ideas were only theirs. I really would want to thank my all dear TY students. And definitely, I would also want to thank our principal, Madam Mala Pandurang Madam, to give us this opportunity to organize and conduct a week-long competition and celebrate the World Tourism Day. And also thank our eminent speakers, Dr. Cleopas, Dr. Hire, and Dr. Bipita. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ishwari.
Thank you, ma'am, for your beautiful words.
Pleasure, sir.
Ishwari, your
Ishwari.
mic.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Vrushali ma'am, for giving a gist of entire webinar and the takeaway for the day. The program is incomplete without giving a formal vote of thanks. So I, Ms. Ishwari Belosi, take this opportunity to thank all our speakers of the day for sharing their knowledge and experiences. It was indeed a very interesting and inspiring and an eye-opening session. Also, we thank Parulekar sir for judging the poster competition. I also thank our principal ma'am, Professor Mala Pandurang, and Vice Principal Ms. Anuradha Shekhar for giving us the valuable time and for motivating us. And lastly, we thank all the participants without whom the event was not possible. It was a great experience with you all. We are happy to announce that the event was successfully handled by our team. I would like to extend my thanks to our sponsor, RUSA. Lastly, we thank our department head, Dr. Vrushali Datta ma'am, who constantly supported and guided us throughout the event. She had full confidence in us, and this motivated all of us to organize the entire week webinar. There's a small message for the participants. Feedback link is given in the chat box. So please do fill it, because only after that you will receive the e-certificate within 1 week's time. Once again, a very big thank you to all the speakers and participants who made the event memorable. Congratulations to all the winners and participants. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to all the girls. Very well done. It's great to see how you have developed your communication skills. And I hope that you continue doing such events. Well done to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Cleopas sir. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. It was always our pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, Parulekar sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
ma'am.
I think she has left.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, my dear girls. It went off very nice.
Thank you to all the organizers, well handled, good communicated, nicely maintained, and deputed. Thank you very much to the team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sam.
So well done, girls. Well done. Highly appreciate. If we would have been together right now, I mean to say physically doing this event, there would definitely be a treat. But I promise you, once we come back, I'll treat you. I'm really very happy for you girls. Good work. Good work.
Thank you so
Okay.
much,
Yeah,
ma'am.
sure, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
bye for now. And tomorrow we have a lecture at 11. So we'll meet at 11. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you,
Take care.
ma'am. Bye, ma'am. Take care.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, Vita.